Welcome to the GunChallenge.com lobby chat.
And it's a pink. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. 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 Fear the lobby. Not really. I'm bored. Someone come in here and talk to me. Damn it. Wow. That's funny. Okay, I need to turn the heater on. It's fucking cold here. Oh boy. It's cold out. Ugh.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh shit, it's Smegster.
Yeah,
What's going on, Smegs?
not a whole lot. I got something up my nose.
Well, that happens.
Well,
Man, it's getting cold here. I'm not used to the whole, under 30-degree weather. That's cold. It's like Michigan cold almost. So, Smegs, I have a question for you. When you're done sniffling.
oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening. I was just sneezing and blowing my nose.
Yeah, we'll finish that, and then I'll ask you a question.
I'm good. Rock on.
All right. I have a question.
You said that already.
Let me try and formulate my head first before I ask it, okay?
Okay. Well, when you're ready to have a question, just ask a question.
Okay.
You don't need to raise your hand.
I'll even end it with a question mark.
Oh, okay.
All
Will
right.
you say question mark, or will you just like imply question mark?
I will say question mark.
Okay. I will wait.
Okay. I'm just
I like
figuring
how
out
the Spanish. That's
Go
right.
ahead. Go ahead, Bill. Sorry.
I was going to say I like how the Spanish guys do it. They put the question mark in the front so you know how to read the sentence.
No. They put the question mark in the front and the end.
Well, that's
Yeah,
because they're OCD.
But that's how you know exactly where the question is, which is nice, because sometimes it could be like a question, but then there's follow-up stuff that's not really part of the question. So that way, all right, this is the question part, and the other part are comments.
All right. The question is, I was thinking about
What's your
possibly
question?
expanding hit or miss to maybe 2 nights a week. What do you think? Question mark.
Maybe. I mean, I'm down if that's what you want to do. Like, I'll join when I can. I don't know. What other night were you thinking?
I was thinking maybe a Thursday or a Friday afternoon, possibly.
I'll do one a little bit earlier.
Like right after Heavy does his, like on Fridays, something like that.
Would it run into Daily Gun Show, or would it be before Daily Gun Show?
I think it'd be before. Well, what time does he do his? He does his. Well, he's changed the time, so he's.
I'm
doing
not sure when Heavy does it anymore.
Yeah, neither am I. So.
I want to say he starts at, like, if we're talking Eastern, he starts his at like 5-ish or so, and then it ends like 6:30 or whatnot, and then Daily Gun Show starts up.
Well, the issue is, I don't think we're getting enough exposure with just one night a week, and I kind of wanted to.
But we never have enough topics for one show a week. How are we going to fill 2 shows a week?
Hey, if Matt can do 3 or 4 shows a week, and
but
we
Matt
only
likes
do
to
one,
hear himself talk. Matt could talk to a cardboard box for 2.5 hours.
He does that with coffee every morning on Sundays.
What's the premise behind Hit or Miss? I've only seen it once.
The same premise as Andalusia Armory.
We're a gun shop? I didn't know that.
That's just guys in a gun shop bullshitting, right?
More or less, we're bullshitting without the gun shop.
Okay, I just didn't know if Hit or Miss was like a, kind of like, how on the Daily Gun Show they have the segment good idea, bad idea. I didn't know if Hit or Miss was that kind of thing.
No, we kind of we steal topics from everybody. We've done like all sorts of stuff, but yeah, it's just general gun topics. We don't necessarily prepare all that much. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we really do. And like the flavor I like to throw into it if I see something like this is whenever there's one of those like anti-gun articles from, whatever, Bloomberg or something. So I like to read through it and like make fun of it at how stupid the people are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So originally I was gonna structure it and do all that stuff, but then we found out we ran out of topics quickly to talk about. So, we
just need to put more time into it, and I think we'd be fine.
We probably do. But the issue is we leave it open-ended to where, if one of the guys has a topic they want to talk about, we leave enough in there that we can actually go and talk about it instead of just bullshit for like an hour, even though we end up doing that anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like it's completely unstructured. I mean, although part of the reason it's called hit or miss is because, well, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes we plan things, and most times we don't.
Did you get the email I sent you about the 5 guns?
Yeah, I think maybe we'll use that probably next week.
The Euro and the or the I didn't know how to say like Czech and Romanian and you know what I mean? So I just said Slavic because I wasn't sure. I thought that kind of covered it.
Well, it covers like the Yugoslavia area, but remember there's more Slavic nations that like even though people don't really accept it, but there's Romania, there's Bulgaria, there's
well, they all used to be one big piece and they got all broke up.
No, Bulgaria and Romania have always been countries. If you want a good indication of what it was like before they broke, before the whole Yugoslavia was a thing, before the whole, before Czechoslovakia was a thing, go ahead and look up a map from like World War I from 1914.
Yeah, it has to be during the war, yeah, because that's when they got all rearranged.
Yeah, after the war, they got rearranged at the Treaty of Versailles. People didn't like that, and then shit happened after, after that in World War II. But we don't want to
the Ottoman
fucking
countries.
Geography class here.
Yeah. Well, he was asking about it, so it's something to talk about instead of dead air. Would you rather have dead air, Smeggy?
No. I'd rather talk about how awesome Hit or Miss is some more.
All right, well, let's do that. Check out Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9:00.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know, dude. 2 nights a week. I mean, like I said, I'm down if I'll join when I can. I won't when I can't, because as you know, I'm very wishy-washy. That's just how it works. That's how I have to be in my brain, knowing that I can just not do it if I don't feel like doing it. Then I tend to do it more often than not. But just beware that now we have 2 nights worth of topics to try and wing it. And, sometimes it doesn't work. We're sitting there really pulling teeth trying to figure out something to talk about. Well, and other nights we have tons of stuff.
You know what I was thinking about doing, Smeggy? And this is off the wall. Maybe actually planning one show a week and then winging the other show.
Well, you can do as much work as you want.
Oh, I see how it is.
Well, that is how it is, man. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing, but that's because sometimes I do plan stuff, especially if there's, I nerd out on laws and bills and things. So if there's something politically going on, gun-related laws or whatever, then I'm all over that stuff. I'm very, very into the 2A advocacy type stuff.
So I've gotten some comments, and you actually might want to hear this, but more people like the dark side Smeggy than they like the light side Smeggy. So
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Where you're angry at laws and the whole heavy metal thing.
Oh.
People liked that. I've gotten a couple emails about that. Even Sean said he preferred that over the regular Smeggy. So.
Oh, is that probably came after? What was that one article where it was Governor stupid dick fuck face stupid ass, like exactly. When I was like yelling? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I just got to start hanging out on Huffington Post and whatever BuzzFeed or something more often. I'll find more gun-related articles to get mad about.
Yeah.
Top 10 gun laws that would save the world. If they made something like that, oh my God, would I have a field day.
You got to do like Never Enough Ammo and drink a lot of vodka while you're doing your chat.
Well, that's the thing. I don't really get angry when I drink. I mean, I guess I don't say sometimes I do, but it's not because I've been drinking. Like, I'm not an angry drunk most of the time.
Right.
I can get angry just all on my own.
You're not the only one.
How do you guys feel about being interviewed and stuff as far as, gun rights conversations or like radio stations and stuff like that? That might be something to talk. That just happened to me recently. I was at our legislative office building giving testimony on some really shitty laws, and I got stopped by a couple of guys and asked to provide comments, and it was kind of weird.
I'm gonna say I'd be all for it, but I never have been. I've never been interviewed by like regular media or anything, but I like my opinions and I like giving them to people. So I'll say I think I was interviewed one time, not gun related. It was actually about during the auto bailout, and it was for some like internet thing. So it was just like a dude with a camera or whatever. It wasn't like the news and whatnot, but he was stopping people when they were walking out to their car. And so he talked to me about it, and I was like, well, even though I'm walking out of a auto factory at the time, I mean, I was working just a regular like shift. I told him like, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe in the bailouts. Like, if the company's messed up and they end up failing, then they messed up and they end up failing. I mean, that's just the way it works. Well, I don't think you should play favorites.
You know the story of the Great Depression, right? That several years prior to the Great Depression, we actually went through a worse economic turndown, and the president-elect said, "Screw them, let them crash," and we came right back out of it.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. People were saying like, "Oh, if GM goes bankrupt, think of all the people out of the jobs and all that stuff." It's like, well, maybe. I mean, it would be bad. However, it's not like people are going to stop making cars. If GM was really that hurting, it's kind of like what Chrysler did. Chrysler's probably a better example because they were bought by Daimler. Now they're bought by Fiat. It's like someone would swoop in and buy them and start making cars. I mean, it's not like people aren't going to drive anymore because all three automakers went out of business on the same day. Like, people would fill that gap. It might not be the same companies. And I was at a Ford plant at the time. They never took bailout money. They went to Congress asking like, hey, can you like set aside some money? We might want a loan, but they had quite a bit of cash on hand, and they, paid themselves out of it. Like, they just liquidated some stuff and they were good to go. Restructured a little bit, but they're still making cars, and they were fine. So out of the three, they did the best.
I'm back. I had to step away for a second. Family member.
Oh, that's okay. We'll forgive it this time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well.
But going back to the interview thing, I think that would be good because normally, you see some of these interviews on like whatever, like the local news or whatever, and they just find some dude who's like, I like guns. Like, they find the crazy one or whatever. It's like, I want to be a normal, sane person, maybe giving some facts or some different way of thinking about it. I better
not be interviewed. I said, shit, I better not be interviewed.
Sometimes I think I'm too rational for that, because there are occasions when it's like they asked us, we have this law that they were going to do it's basically a show your permit law, and right now they can't ask you for your permit even if you're open carrying unless they have reasonable articulable suspicion that you're involved in a crime or about to commit a crime. And the guy came out and said, well, what impact do you think, if this bill passes, what impact do you think it'll have on you? And I said, well, to be honest, absolutely none, because I conceal carry. I don't really give a shit. But it's, and I told him, I said, it's the principle of the thing, So right, I'm sure the other guys in CCDL, the Citizens Defense League, I'm sure they would have been a little upset if they'd have heard that.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. You have your opinion. You're entitled to it. But yeah, and that's one of those things. I agree with you on that too. It's like, if it happened, would I start crying about it? No, I would just be like, okay, I guess I'd show my permit if he asked. And to be honest, I don't really open carry. I have a couple of times. It's never been an issue. And it's normal. I really only do it when I'm up north. So around my house here at home, like, I conceal carry, and it's never been a problem. Because it's just the mindset. I have a feeling they would get calls if I walked around my neighborhood, even just like not long gun even. I'm just talking like just a gun in the holster. Like, I might get a call, I might not. But even if I did, and some cop came up, it's like, hey, what the hell you doing? Be like, I'm just out for a walk. Like, it's legal. I'm going to keep going now. And if he's like, well, let me see your permit, I'd be like, well, I guess. I mean, you don't need a permit to open carry, but I do have a concealed carry permit. Or, like, I don't know. I guess I don't really know how I'd handle it. Part of me would think, like, I do the whole thing, like, hey, am I being detained? I'm going to leave. Like, I ain't showing you nothing because I don't have to. So part of me thinks I would do that, and other part, it's like, what if I'm going somewhere? It's like, you know what? Fine. Just look at the fucking thing and then let me go. I don't know.
Actually, my response would be, it's like, you can see my permit as long as you give me your badge number. Because, the thing is, while cops don't do that, and some cops decline to give you their badge number so they don't get identified for some shit they do wrong, or just because, most of the times they don't want to get called on anything. The issue is, if you are in any situation with a law enforcement officer, I would seriously recommend that you get the name of the guy. If he's got a business card, get his business card and get his badge number, just in case.
Yeah, most of them wear, here in Connecticut, they wear their badges right, unless they're undercover, their badge is right there, and they got their name plastered across their chest. So it's really not that big a deal.
Normally it's not a big deal, but when a cop, I guess, if he does something wrong and then he realizes halfway he's doing something wrong, he will refuse to give you his badge number. And it's actually against the law for him to do that.
Yeah, same thing here. But anyway, I just thought that might make an interesting topic for your hit or miss. Is, have you ever been interviewed? What was the situation? How do you think it went? Did they chop your response up real bad, make you look stupid, or that kind of thing?
I'll be honest with you. If I was ever interviewed, I wouldn't be interviewed in the first place, because I would decline interview, because I've seen how they handled that thing with Katie Couric and Under the Gun.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I would just, if they wanted to interview me, I would say, no, I don't want to be interviewed. I decline. Because
and that's, maybe this will make a good thing, because I hear what you're saying. Oh Jesus, I'm not watching that. What the hell? Sorry.
I don't know what you're watching.
No, there's Tosh.0 is on in the background, and I don't know, there's some dude with like a needle sticking in his hand. It was like, I don't want to see that.
You see that work all the time.
But anyways, so the interview thing, like, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't want to be taken out of context either. And so, definitely you have to kind of, be like careful of what you say type of thing. But if your voice isn't out there, they'll just find someone else anyways. So at least if you have a chance to, say something that is very well reasoned, and like, it'd be very hard for them to, like, take it out of context anyways, then that's a voice of reason that made it into their thing. And if everyone who, is good at talking or whatever, never, because obviously not me, because I'm having trouble talking right now. If they all declined, then that's when they get only, the rednecks or the, shall not be infringed type people. That's all they say over and over again.
Well, but the problem is, I say that.
That would be you. Yeah, that would be you. I agree. Yeah, you should decline to talk to them.
Yeah.
You just be like, shall not be infringed, motherfucker. What the hell?
They can pull my permit out of my cold, dead hands. Arr.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, and you're right. But the problem is if they interview 5 people, that's the one they put up.
Yeah, and that's why I would decline to be interviewed, because one, they would take me out of context. I know they would, because most of the people that do these interviews, they're not for the right side. They are trying to get the money and gouge the left side, for all it's worth, because apparently that's who pays their bills. So
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I'm going back and forth on this, I guess, but I do hear what you're saying on that. Like, yeah, you'd probably they would twist your words and whatnot and stuff. But if if you don't give that interview, there's not even a chance of like good information getting out there, because it doesn't even exist. So yes, there's a chance that you give good information and they cut that out because they'd rather just go to somebody else, like a crazy person. But if you don't say anything, then there's 100% chance that good information isn't getting out there.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, maybe we can argue about this on hit or miss, but I would say do it. And okay, here's the thing: they're gonna put it in the worst light possible, anyways. So worst case scenario, they interview you and somehow they chop it up and make it an anti-gun type thing. Best case scenario, you don't give an interview and they chop up someone else's word and the exact same story comes out.
Yeah. I was really surprised that there were two different stations that interviewed me, and of course I didn't pay attention to who they were. And the next day I went to a choral rehearsal, and one of the guys back of me said, "Hey, I heard you on the radio the other day." I was like, "Oh my God, you mean that there were real guys?" I thought they were just, a lot of times you get like the Daily Down Under News Network or whatever, not any big guys, but apparently this guy heard it. I couldn't believe it. Pretty weird. And the testimony, God, 12 hours at the Capitol to give a 3-minute testimony. Ugh.
Yeah.
Brutal.
What'd you say in your testimony?
Well, I had submitted written testimony earlier, that had all the, it's an infringement of the 4th Amendment and, blah, blah, blah. And what I did, since I was there so long, and all the anti guys went first, even though it was a lottery system, it's amazing. Everybody from the anti-gun point of view got to talk first, except one person in our group that drew a number that was in there someplace. But
that almost makes it sound like it was rigged.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if there were 2 baskets based on which shirt you had on when you walked in, because we were all wearing like these blaze orange shirts, because we were there for another function earlier in the day, and God, it was brutal. But so what I did was I made notes as I was going along and crafted a new piece of testimony, saying stuff that making points that other people had made and saying, and this is why that's screwed up and that's why this is screwed up. And because the bottom line was, the only reason they want us to do the show the permit thing, they claim they're terrified and they're afraid. And if a cop could come and ask you for your permit and then tell them that the guy had a valid permit, they would not be afraid anymore. Well, the bullshit is, no, it's like swatting light. Hey, there's a guy with a gun exposed. Let's call the cops on him.
Yeah.
And so that's what, and luckily we have several minority members of the committee, and they were just absolutely nuts. Like, no more reasonable articulable suspicion. Not in my friggin' town. You guys profile my people bad enough as it is.
Right. Well, and because honestly, that's you're right. That's exactly how it would be used. Is the people that they wanted to profile, now they legally can go, start up a conversation and gather information on that person.
Right.
Which, like you said, with the 4th Amendment and whatnot, they have to think you actually did something wrong in order to investigate more. Otherwise, like how it is now, at least in most places. You know, a cop can come up and be like, "Hey, how's it going, buddy?" And you'd be like, "Am I being detained?" Like, I'm gonna keep walking. Like, if you choose to answer their questions, it's a consensual, interview. Like, that's
Right.
you chose to talk to them. So, and anything you say, like, it could be used against you if they want.
In a court of law.
Right.
And they can lie to you.
Well, of course they can.
They can tell you anything they want to tell you.
Yeah, they can lie to you. You can't lie to them. So it's better just to not talk to them.
Yeah, that's unfair. But anyway.
They should only be able to do that in the confines of the law enforcement buildings for criminals, but not outside.
We actually had a guy recently that brought a case. He got pulled over, and he had a firearm on him, and he knew the law. He was giving the cops kind of a hard time because he knew the law, and he had a cell phone, and he had set the cell phone to record, and the cops took his cell phone and went back to the car, and he actually recorded them. They didn't know it was still running. He actually recorded them plotting to set him up with false evidence.
Oh, wow.
Did he win?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just terrifying. Yeah.
Did he win?
Oh yeah. When that case went to court, he crushed them.
Yeah, that also proves that your law enforcement up there is corrupt as all hell.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, at least those individuals involved. I mean, I wouldn't blanket say all of them are.
No, yeah.
I prove that it does exist. They're not 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Most of I have never had a bad experience with a police officer. Never. So I think most of them are upright guys, and they're just trying to get the job done.
Yeah, but definitely some of them. It's a what do we say? It's like a mentality of as soon as like you stand up, because they're used to like every single person they talk to. I don't want to necessarily say giving them respect, but at least being like scared of them, right? So they do whatever the cop says. Like first thing, how high? You want to jump? How high? Like whatever.
Yes, sir. No,
and
sir.
as soon as someone's like, "Nah, dude, I don't got to do that," they're like, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not going to listen to every word I say. Like screw you. I'm going to get you."
Well, a lot of cops forget that the role of a police officer is to secure and protect. To serve and protect. Excuse me, not secure.
Yeah.
To serve and protect. You're not serving the law. You're not serving the government. You're serving the people.
Yep, that's true.
And you're supposed to protect them.
I thought their job was to make money to, justify their overtime.
I hadn't realized cops had turned into a corporation.
They basically are. I mean, again, not all of them. Anyone listening, if you're getting all butthurt about it, I understand it's not all of them, whatever. But there are definitely, like, when they do, like, the speed trap type stuff, they specifically do that. They call a bunch of people in and say, like, hey, we're going to pay a bunch of you guys overtime because we're going to have a bunch of people all in this one spot at this one time. But you have to make X amount of money to justify us paying you the overtime. Like, it is 100%. They're just trying to make money that day. And again, I know it's not all of them, blah, blah, whatever. But yeah, that's their main job. And that's like, there's a town near me where their cop cars are black with black lettering on it. It says police in black on a black car. And I'm like, if that's not designed to hide from fucking people speeding or texting or whatever, like, you're not there to fucking stop armed robberies. You're not in existence to, solve a murder. You are there to hide from people driving in cars that are, going 5 over the speed limit. That's the only reason you painted your cars like that. Because if you wanted to stop a bank robber, you'd want everyone around you to know you're the police officer. You don't want to be incognito. You want to fucking stand out. So the fact that you are, camouflaging your car proves you're only doing it to pull people over for like speeding or whatever.
Well, we have lots of unmarked cars because that's how they catch the speeders.
Oh yeah, there was one. It's a. Oh my god, what kind of car is it?
FHIHP.
Oh my god, I can't remember exactly what car, but it's like I don't want to say necessarily muscle car, but it's like a fuck, I don't know, like a
Oh, they use
Camaro
like
or
Mustang
something.
GTOs and shit here. It's great.
Yeah,
They
I
got
mean
some
that's
really cool
this one
cars.
it's not like super crazy, but it's a burgundy car and it's kind of a sports car, but again, it's not like super cool, but it's definitely better than a freaking, Crown Vic or an SUV or whatever. And it has two little tiny lights inside the grill, and that's it. And they work the same stretch of road all the time. I used to have to drive down that every day, and so I always just set cruise control like 5 over, and they never really bugged me. But I would see them all the time. When those lights are going off, it's like you can barely even see the red and blue. So I wouldn't be surprised if half the time they pull the people over and they end up giving them a, failure to stop ticket on top of it. The person would be like, I didn't see your lights on for a mile, and then I finally noticed it, so I pulled over. Like, it would not surprise me if that happened to them a lot. But you can't justify that car is not its sole purpose is to freaking make money for the city. You can't say that with a straight face and say no. It's because of the no. It's designed to make money for the city. That's the only reason you bought that thing.
Yeah. Give me the $60 or $100 ticket, and I'll send in the money, and I won't I won't contest it or any of that stuff, and then you get the money, and we're done.
Right. Well, and when you look at civil forfeiture laws where they can take cash or property if they think it was involved in a drug crime or whatever, even if they never file drug charges and stuff. They just this is ours now, have a nice day, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they get to keep that, the department gets to keep that money raised by either selling the thing or keeping the cash.
No, can't get away with that in Connecticut. You got to be convicted.
Oh, well, that's good. So I guess
property that they seize, if you are not convicted, they have to release it back to you.
Yeah, you need a warrant for that.
Yep.
Because there was
they can try and do that under probable cause, but if someone mentions warrant, yeah, no, they ain't getting away with that.
Well, you can play lawyer on the side of the street if you want. My guess is it's probably more they're going to do it and you might get it back type of thing.
I'm gonna record them doing it then.
Well, and that's fine, and you'll probably win. But I'm just saying that a lot of people think that okay, I'm in the right, so I'm going to sit here and argue with the cop on the side of the road. And honestly, 98% of the time, you're not winning that argument, even if you're 100% right. So just be prepared to deal with what you have to deal with in order to eventually be right.
Right. Any good attorney will tell you that fight happens after you've been released and you file a complaint with the police department and you raise a suit. But when you're there with the cop, it's yes, sir, no, sir.
Yeah.
I do not consent to searches, sir.
Right. I do not consent to searches. Am I being detained or am I free to go? All of that stuff. And if a cop abuses his authority, you don't go after the cop, because cops are screw it, arrest the guy, let the court sort it out. And you got to remember that's their mantra. 99% of the time they get qualified immunity. Cops don't have to know, in Connecticut, cops don't have to know the law. They can falsely arrest you, and then when you go to court, they can say, "Well, I didn't know that was illegal to arrest them for that," and they give them qualified immunity and let them walk.
See how,
but at the same time, they also have to remove that from the record of the civilian because they violated his rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the cop himself isn't getting in trouble for it, so
well,
they have no incentive whether they actually didn't know or if they're just pretending to be ignorant.
They can slap him on the wrist.
The right thing.
But that doesn't mean that person can't take him. That person can't take that cop to court for doing that.
No, because they'll give him qualified immunity and say, no, it wasn't qualified immunity in Connecticut it wasn't reasonable for the cop to understand the law well enough to know that what he was doing was a false arrest. That used to happen with guys that were open carrying in this state. Oh yeah, they would grab people. People would call. They would get upset and call, and they would arrest people for breach of the peace. Now, breach of the peace, you actually have to do something, but that's not how the cops were interpreting the law. If people were upset, they assumed it was breach of the peace, and they were arresting people. and you would get out of it because you'd go to court and you'd say, what did the guy actually do? And they would say nothing, and then they would get out. But you couldn't go back and sue the cop afterwards for false arrest because they give him qualified immunity. It's nuts.
Could you imagine if it worked the other way? Be like, oh, I didn't realize it was against the law to go into a bank and ask for all their money. Like, oh, okay, you didn't know? Well, then you're not a bank robber. Have a nice day.
For a citizen, ignorance of the law is no excuse. For a police officer, ignorance of the law is a perfectly good excuse.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is in this state.
Well, you don't take this the wrong way, Bill, but you live in the wrong fucking state.
Yeah, I live in a sucky state.
You live in the wrong fucking state. There's no question about that.
Oh yeah, hey, believe me, this is a blue state.
That's why I said to Robbie, you know, move south of the Mason-Dixon line if you want to have any sort of freedom.
Yep. Unless you want to open carry.
Yeah. No, you're good in North Carolina. North Carolina allows open carry.
Yeah, but most of the states that don't have open carry are in the South.
Yeah.
Not most of them, some of them.
I only open carry rarely. Like if I'm going to an event where people are open carrying, then I will open carry. Like if we're having when we go to the state capitol and have a big protest or that kind of shit, we all open carry because it's legal.
You know? Though no matter what, in most of the South, it's legal to carry a handgun in your glove box without a permit.
Yeah, I can't get away with that. Nope.
South Carolina and most of the South, you can.
I can't either. It's your vehicle is considered concealed. So if you have a concealed carry permit, then you can keep a gun in your car wherever you want.
Yeah. In Connecticut, the vehicle is not considered part of your castle.
Yeah.
It's only your home or your business, not your car.
Hey, hence why I said what I said earlier about Connecticut.
Yeah, it blows big monkey chunks. Yeah.
You need a better state.
Yep. Well, I keep working on it. I keep, going and giving testimony and supporting my local guy. I mean, Connecticut had the CCDL in Connecticut just took it to the Supreme Court about the assault weapons ban, and the bastards they refused to hear us.
Yeah, but remember the First Circuit Court also affects me and most of the Southeast too.
No, this was SCOTUS. We had already gone through the Circuit Court, and we went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they refused to hear us.
Well, you realize the Fourth Circuit is like most of the eastern side.
The Fourth is. I don't think the Fourth actually does. The Fourth cover New England? I thought it was a little further down from us.
Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah,
I know it
affects
exactly my state.
Sure. But it's certainly. I know the 9th is California and those nuts, but. But that actually worked out okay anyway, because we would have with the 4-4 split, because ours went up for certiorari right after Alito died, and or not Alito,
Scalia.
Scalia, thank you. And so we would have been screwed anyway. If it had gone there, it would have been a 4-4 split, and the ruling of the circuit court would have stood.
The Fourth Circuit Court is Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia.
Yeah, see, not high enough. Don't bother me at all. But you guys get some pretty squirrely shit from the Fourth Circuit is not a happy circuit either.
It bothers me because they said they ruled that you can ban such guns like the AR-15. And if some Democrat gets in his mind to get a bill pushed through in South Carolina to ban AR-15s, I'll tell you what, there are like 5 or 6 manufacturers, and I mean big manufacturers here in the state of South Carolina that make nothing but AR-15s, sell it to the people, and everywhere else in the United States, even military contractors. They do something like that, yeah, people are going to be whistling Dixie again
Yeah.
because we like our guns in South Carolina.
Yeah. I just want to respond. Robbie asked a question on the live lobby there about what are the laws if you live in an RV. I hate to tell you, man, it's state by state. And if you're really interested in that, go look up Peruta versus San Diego. Peruta lives here in Connecticut, and he splits his time. He has a residence in California, and he has a residence here in Connecticut. But most of the time, his RV is his residence. And he went to get a permit in San Diego and was refused a permit in San Diego because he didn't have sufficient cause. And they tried it. It went to the circuit court, and they tried it with the 3-judge thing, and he won. And San Diego, the city of San Diego, never weighed in because they thought they never conceived that he would get a 3-judge panel to win. Well, after he won, the city of San Diego got all upset, and their attorney general went back and asked them to hear it en banc. And during the en banc review, they overturned it and said, no, it's okay. You don't deserve the permit. And that case is now going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
So
I would
it's
tell
pretty
them,
bad. If you're in an RV, it's pretty bad.
I would tell them, all right, well, you don't deserve my money and my spending money in California, and you guys can fuck off.
Oh, yeah, I don't buy nothing out of California.
Neither do I.
Which is too bad because, climate-wise, friggin' Southern California is beautiful, man. It's like perfect temperature every day. And then just the whole state itself, man. You got the mountains, you go up north, it's all like nice and rural, and like the whole state, climate-wise is pretty damn awesome.
My equity manager lives in La Jolla. Oh, yeah. My equity manager lives in La Jolla, which is right there on the border between California and San Diego. They get like 2 inches of rain a year. The average daily temperature is in the 80s. The average nightly temperature is in the 50s. It's an absolutely perfect state if you wanted to camp like I do, cycle camp, right? If you wanted to go motorcycle camping, that is the state to be in. But there is absolutely no way I would ever move there.
Yeah, if that state was pro-gun, oh my God, that'd be awesome.
California, no. I've lived in California, Los Angeles, Marina del Rey, and Palm Springs.
Oh.
So, it looks nice, but only to visit. And even then, you don't want to spend more than a couple days there. Just saying.
That's how I feel about Florida.
Yeah, see, Florida's all like hot and humid, and they have a bunch of bugs and shit. You don't really have that out in California.
Crushed coral and palm, everything there stings you, sticks you, or bite you. I mean, it's all bad. Fire ants and shit. I'm like, ugh.
Though, I got to say on the fire ants thing, they're all over now.
Yeah, they're moving around.
You can find fire ants all over the United States now. It's not just one area anymore.
Yeah, but they're not as prevalent the further north you get because of the winters. Like, we have fire ants in Michigan. I know that because I stepped in a fire ant hill one time.
Really?
I've got a fire ant hill out in the backyard.
Wow.
I shit you not, I've put like bags of those fire ant granules down their hole many, many times. They're still alive.
You know what's awesome for fire ants? And it's kind of in the name. Set the fucker on fire. It's all made out of like dried grasses and shit. Like they make their little mounds out of like stuff. It's not really dirt. Put a little bit of gasoline on there, light it up, dude. Done.
I like DT Doodad's comment. We have ice ants.
Well, then I think you're kind of screwed.
That's funny. Yeah, my sister lived in Florida for like 16 years, and she couldn't wait to get out. She came back to Connecticut. I think she's kind of nuts. She should have stopped.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Come on now.
Yeah. Oh, it's too bad. It's awful because her blood thinned right out. I mean, she looks every time it rains or snows up here. She's like the Michelin Man. She's just all totally covered up.
Well, that's like we have a big family reunion up north every August, and I have like one. Well, it's just my dad's aunt and uncle. So whatever, the great aunt and uncle, whatever you call it. But anyways, they lived in Arizona for a long time. They lived in Nevada, Florida. Like they went down south to get the hot parts, and they've just like always been in the hot parts. So this is in the middle of August. So temperatures up there. I mean, it's normally at least in the 70s and stuff during the day if it's all nice and sunny, and might get into the 60s in the evening time. But holy crap, like the whole day they'll all be wearing like a hooded sweatshirt or something, and then as soon as the sun starts going down, dude, it's like we build a little fire, like a little bonfire. They're practically sitting inside the thing. They got like 3 coats on, and like I'm wearing blue jeans and a t-shirt going like, man, it's really nice out right now.
Smeggy.
What?
I'm the same way.
Well, as
Thanks
far as
a lot,
bundling
man.
up?
Yes, thanks a lot for being so mean.
Thin-blooded.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. Friggin' when I was down in Mexico for work, now granted, like it was away from the coast, so it was like the middle of the desert and shit. It was hot, but like honestly, if it's in like the 90s, I'm fucking dead. And I know a lot of people are like, huh, it's only 92 today. Like, I think I might put on my pants or like put a coat on or whatever. Like, holy shit, man. I freaking have to sit in a bathtub full of ice and I'm still hot. Like, so it is what it is. I don't deal with heat very well. I guess you don't deal with cold very well. It's fine. I just personally think it's easier to warm up than it is to cool off, because okay, you feel cold, you need to warm up. You can always put more clothes on. If you're too hot, there's not much more you can do.
All us Northerners believe that. I'm going to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Oh man. Yeah, you should set your fire ants on fire. Videotape it. Put it on hit or miss.
Put it on hit or miss. Make a couple videos about it.
Well, yeah, dude. That's
we need to make fire
make
great.
a freaking flamethrower. Make a flamethrower.
I don't need to. I have a can of hairspray and a Zippo lighter. There's my flamethrower.
That'd be fine.
Just saying, yo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that'd be. It might be enough like heat to actually catch the nest on fire or whatever. Well, that's what I was thinking. Flamethrower might have like a little bit hotter flame than a hairspray can.
I'll get one of those big hairspray cans. We'll be good. We'll be good.
Light that sumbitch on fire. Kerosene.
The foos is loose.
The foos is loose.
Foos magoose.
I don't know who you're talking about, but yeah. Hey, what's up?
I'm talking about Foos. I'm talking about Foos Magoose here. My buddy.
Light that shit on fire.
He's my wingman.
Oh, he's your wingman now.
Yeah, Goose.
Wow.
He's Foos Magoose. What? We're getting a penalty for that? Fuck you.
Do I die a third of the way into this conversation?
Well, it is the danger zone.
I'll try to keep it out of a flat spin.
All right, sounds good.
I'm in a flat spin.
Oh, fuck.
Well, Foos, it was nice knowing you.
Yeah. I always look good bleeding from the nose.
That's what you say.
Oh, shit.
Is that like a Coke reference or something?
Well, whatever.
That message?
I don't know. Anyways.
I don't know either.
For me.
I went to the danger zone. Stuck in my head now.
Yeah,
asshole.
keep your day job. Please.
Okay, I will keep my day job of singing songs.
Sing songs.
Okay, keep your night job.
Of
Oh,
also
fuck, well,
singing
my job
songs.
is- No, that involves something else.
That involves $1 bill down the crack of his daddy's ass.
What?
Wow, Foos.
Someone has
I'm not
someone
the
has to get
frickin'
it.
dirty stripper. I was alluding that I'm a prostitute.
I never said you were a dirty stripper. I said your dad was a dirty stripper.
Oh, my dad. What are you talking shit about my dad for? Fuck you.
See, your whole relationship has just ended. Right there. Anyways, what is going on, Foos?
Not much. Finishing laundry. Gonna pack up. Probably not gonna pack up it all night, but I need to pack up, head down to Little Rock tomorrow after work. So
Little Rock.
yeah, about 2.5, 3 hours away from me. Taking a RO course for USPSA this weekend.
Oh, I thought you were going to see Bill.
I'd have to go up to New York, right?
Is that where he's living now? I don't know. I thought he was still living in Little Rock.
I don't know.
Got quiet all of a sudden.
Well, because you missed
It's
the whole
'cause I
Danger
joined.
Zone reference.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just being quiet because I'm mad at Foos. He made fun of my father.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought you were serious. I guess my feelings aren't hurt. I'm not like Night Strike. I actually understand when people are being sarcastic. I don't need to explain.
What?
to
Oh,
me.
I know.
Why? How dare you, sir? You know what? I am so triggered. I'm leaving this conversation.
Good.
Fuck you.
Bye.
Fuck you too. Bye, Felicia.
I didn't even know he was in this conversation.
Good times.
Great time.
Nah, I'm just
Oh,
kidding
yeah.
with you.
Oh,
Damn.
really? You were? I couldn't tell. God.
That's the point. The whole being a snowflake thing. No.
Yeah, you're clearly not a snowflake.
Nope.
it's not that the snowflakes have a problem with sarcasm. It's that they don't recognize truth when they hear it. They can't deal with reality.
Well, yeah, it's like they recognize it, but yeah, they can't. They don't
They don't recognize reality.
I saw a really good thing, and I think it was on Instagram or whatever. And I don't know that it was picking like one side or the other, like on any topic, but it was like a group of people standing around, right? And they're like, "Yay, like go us" or whatever. And then this like little blob comes up, and he like on his chest it says like facts, and he's like, "Hey guys, I got the facts for you." And then one of the dudes like, "Well, we only want to listen to the part of you that agrees with our, with our position." And he's like, "Well, that's not really how it works. You gotta have to take, all of me." And then it flips to like the last panel. There's a big like chunk missing from his side. He's like, "I guess they can just pick what they like."
That's funny.
Because that's
Well,
the
we're
thing.
all guilty of it to a certain extent.
When the facts agree with us, like, yay, go facts. When they don't, we're like, boo, fuck you. You're wrong. I don't want to hear that. I'd like to think I'm open-minded enough to take all the facts.
I want to hear that. I want to hear the facts, even if they're wrong. No, actually, I want to hear the facts.
You have
No
to
matter
listen
what.
to your enemy's arguments.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
And,
but
and
I
I,
mean,
use, I use enemy very loosely. I don't mean like, because most of these people are not bad people. They're just screwed up.
No, honestly, they're either misguided or
They're fucked in the head.
willfully ignorant. No,
They're bad people.
I'm gonna disagree with that. I really am. I mean,
Go ahead. It's a free country.
yeah. See, I disagree with you. Doesn't mean make you a bad person, although you are. But that's different. But no, it's like
Well, I admit I am an asshole, so
there
I guess
are
that makes me a
some
bad person.
anti-gunners that are definitely 100% deceitful. You know, they know what they're saying is wrong, but they don't care. They're just trying to make money or do whatever, all that stuff. And then there's a whole, I think the vast majority of them that honestly think what they're doing will help. They're just misguided. And that's the thing. And so if you can reach them and get them to figure out that, you know, it's what they're doing won't help, and that, you know, we're actually on the same side, because no one is pro crime and pro killing people or whatever. Like, we all want to kind of fix it together. It's just we disagree with the way of doing it, of how it would work. And those are the people you can convince, unless all you do is, as soon as you see someone go, you fucking libtard, fucking hate you, fucking Bloomberg Nazi, blah, blah, blah. Like,
Right.
then they're not going to listen to you, because you're being so, like, obstinate, or like you're opposite of them so much that they're just going to dig their heels in and be like, well, now I definitely know I'm right. So I think you do have to treat them with like, well, I hear what you're saying, but these are some of the reasons why you're wrong. And if you treat them like people, they might change their mind. Are you going to change fucking Bloomberg's mind? No. Or Feinstein? No. So yes, there are a handful that I would say definitely you could call evil or your enemy, but the vast majority aren't.
Do you really think Feinstein and whatever that Bloomfield guy actually believe in what they're saying?
Those people I do not know.
Because it's about control, not gun control.
But I'm not talking about them, because honestly, god damn it. I don't think I will ever be in a face-to-face conversation with any one of them. Who I will be on a face-to-face conversation with, possibly, is someone who buys into that and is, you know, a regular person, but is kind of anti-gun. And those people, I might be able to change their mind, because they've been misled all this time. And if I can get the actual facts out to them, then, you know, I might be able to change their mind.
No, the only people you really can't deal. There's only two classes of antis, if you use that very loosely, that you can't deal with. And the first are the people that are intentionally being deceitful because they just want to disarm you. And the second is the people that believe that feelings trump rights. And you will never win a rational argument with a person who works from a basis of they feel this. If it only saves one child, then it's worth it. You know, that kind of crap. You cannot beat that stuff. You just can't. You just say, have a nice day and walk away.
Well, I don't know. And you might be able to, and that's if they're willing to listen to facts.
No. You have to use their feelings against them.
Right.
You just have to say, well, you're being kind of like an idiot, you know, saying that you know absolutely nothing about me. So what am I trying to say, Smeggy?
I don't know, but I know what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
Okay. If they're the type that's like, if it only saves one child or whatever, it's worth it. If you can get them to realize that guns save lives and they actually save quite a few more than they take, then you can say, you know, you can use that same emotional thing of, you know, what about this friggin', you know, like rape victim or almost who shot her attacker and is now fine? Or what about the lady or the old grandma who got, you know, home invaded by 6 people and she pulled a gun and they all ran away? Like, if you can get to them, like, same emotional thing, like, oh my God, this poor lady got attacked and they were trying to kill her, and then she pulled a gun and she saved her own life and blah, blah, blah. And it's an emotional argument, but it's one where the facts are on our side and it's a positive gun argument. even if it is just kind of emotional. If it only saves one, well, here you go. Here's a lady whose ex-husband was trying to kill her, and she protected herself. That saved one. Here's a grandma. That saved one. Here's a so-and-so. That saved one. Here's a handicapped person that got attacked and he had a gun.
They just ignore those stats because they don't fit with their emotional mindset. Their emotional mindset is guns are bad. Guns kill people, not people that there's dangerous guns. There are no dangerous guns. There are dangerous people, but there are no dangerous guns. But they don't believe that. And you can hit them with statistics and facts until you're blue in the face. They will never accept your argument. And that's why you cannot have a rational argument with these people. Because if it was irrational, I mean, the bottom line is, 300 million guns in the United States or something like that. If guns and gun owners were the problem, there wouldn't be any anti-gun people.
I've used that one before. And I agree. Maybe I misspoke when I was saying it. Like I didn't mean to necessarily be like, because I know they don't listen to numbers, right? They don't care about the stats. So maybe I misspoke when I was like, they save more than they hurt. Although that is true, that might not work on them. But if you just list a string of, anecdotal, armed citizen defense type stories, that might resonate with them because they only think of feelings. And you can get them to realize, look at all of these people where they were protected. And they might ignore you the first couple times. I heard something that, like when you have a certain belief or whatever, when someone does, God damn it, how the fuck did that get in? Anyways, like when you hear like contrary statistics or points of view or whatever, like you have to hear that same thing 3 times before you actually start considering it. Like the average person or whatever. Like, and I forget where I heard that, but
most people double down. Most people, as soon as you give them, if you try to refute a person's basic belief with facts, they will lock you out and double down.
Oh,
and that's the problem.
And that's part of human nature, but there is a way that like eventually it might get through. And maybe it's freaking... Oh, it hit off a skate. That's what happened. Anyways, like, maybe it takes a long time. Maybe it takes 2 years of bugging the person. They finally start changing their mind. But it can be done. And that's where I'm saying is they have to be exposed to the counter view if they're even open-minded enough to start there. Because there are some that just aren't even open-minded. But if it's like... Well, I'm open to changing your mind. It's like, oh, really? You are? Well, let me tell you this. No, that's not true. And then the next time you have that conversation, like,
right.
Well, I mean, I'm open to discussion, but I just think it's this way. And you go, oh, really? Well, what about this? And they're like, I don't really think so. And then like the third time they hear the same thing, they're like, well, maybe I'm going to start thinking about that. So it takes a process. It is hard to change people's minds. It really is. There are very few truly open-minded people that are willing to change their mind on very core held beliefs, but there's also tons of other people that they never really thought about it, right? They're just like, well, the TV says guns are bad, so I don't want people dying, so yeah, I'll believe guns are bad. And they don't, it's not that they're anti-gun, they're not pro-gun. Like they don't think about it that often. It's like if you ask me what's the best engine for drag racing? Like, I don't know. I've never thought about it. Like, I don't know a lot about horsepower. It. I know that it exists, like whatever. But if you wanted to sit here and tell me the rotary engine's the best engine and the V8 sucks, there we go. Fucking tying it up. Awesome. I'd say, okay, maybe rotary is better than V8. I don't know. And I'd be willing to be open-minded on either way because I don't really care one way or the other.
But do they have to prove to you that they actually know stuff about cars before they tell you that?
For me, yes. I would have to, if we're using this example, because I know a little bit, but not a lot. Like I would have to say, okay, well, at least tell me, like, what kind of horsepower does it have, or how much torque can you make out of it, or like, because I at least know kind of how they work, and so you'd have to back those up with numbers in order to convince me, and then I'd say, you know what, you're right. That car does seem to be better than a Mustang because it has better statistics.
Yeah, and
Yep.
DD2 dot makes a good point. The first time, keep it simple, keep it pleasant. You know you're not going to win, but just plant the seed. And then come around again afterwards. When I was at the cap of the legislative office building, what day is today? Thursday. Yesterday, one of the women heard me being interviewed. There was a woman sitting across the concourse from me, and she heard me being interviewed about the permit question, and she came over to me and actually asked me, "Why do you have a problem showing your permit?" And I went through the whole, I'm permitted. It's a legal activity. I shouldn't have to be accosted by a police officer, and immediately the conversation devolved into, why do you need to carry a gun in the first place? So again, it's that they start with these, why don't you care about this little bitty infringement? But it always comes down to, we don't want you guys carrying guns, period. And at that point in time, and I kept telling her, that's not the conversation we're having. We're not having a conversation about why I choose to carry a firearm. We're having a conversation about why I choose not to show my permit if I'm not required to show my permit. Well, but they exposed their mentality to you right away.
Right, and that's the thing. They're always moving the goalposts, and that's the same thing with, like the different assault weapon bans and things. Like, these are the features that we don't like. And you're like, oh, okay, because a bayonet lug is evil, and a adjustable stock's evil, and pistol grip, blah blah blah. Well, then when like a featureless rifle or whatever comes out, and it's like, well, we don't have any of those features, then they call it a loophole. They're like, so what they mean to say is, we actually wanted to ban all semi-automatic guns, but we can't say that. So we're pretending that we're only getting rid of the really bad ones. But then when you find a way to have something very similar, just, without those features, you're complying with the law. They call it a loophole. And it's like, well, it's not a loophole if you actually think only...
If it's the law.
Yeah, if you think only those features are evil, we got rid of those, it should be fine. And they're like, no, well, it's a loophole because what we meant to say is all guns are evil, but we can't say that. So we're trying to sneak in. And I just
that don't fly.
Well, and I just kind of made this up. So this is very raw thought, and maybe it's not thought out well enough. It probably isn't, because I just made it up. But it's kind of like that. I don't want to, whatever, the travel ban or whatever you call it, like they're calling it Trump's Muslim ban, which isn't, but like where you can't come from these certain countries. And they were all like, see, from their point of view, they're like, well, what he wants to do is ban all Muslims, but he can't do that. So he's only picking these like 6 countries. And so you could almost use that to be like, well, is that wrong of him to do? Like, he only picked those 6 countries, but what he meant to do was something bigger. And they'd be like, yeah, fuck him, blah, blah, blah. They're like, okay. So then when you actually want to ban all guns, but instead you only pick these like 6 features you're not allowed to have, but really you want to do more, like, isn't that all just as bad? I don't know. Maybe there's some way to get them to, pivot and realize they're being hypocritical. Because then they're like, oh, it's a loophole if you move to Egypt for a year and then come in. Like, that's a loophole. Like, they're using the same kind of thing where it's like, technically they want to ban all of them. I don't think he actually does, but whatever. The liberal speaking is that his plan is to ban all Muslims, but he can't just say that. So he calls it a travel ban, but it's not really. It's a smokescreen just to try and stop Muslims. Okay, well, the anti-gunners want to ban all guns, but they can't do that. So they call them a smokescreen assault weapon, and then that's how they try and do it. But I'm going to go jump over to the AK chat. It was nice talking with you, and I will see you guys later.
Fun stuff.
Thank God he's gone. If he's still here, I'm joking. Nah, I'm joking. He knows I am. I fuck with him quite a bit. It's good.
Yeah, it's sad, that I hate to do this, but I'm unaffiliated. I'm neither a Republican nor a Democrat, and the same kinds of, all I want people to do is be logically consistent. So let's talk about something really horrible. So let's talk about the A word, right? So people don't want women having the A's, right? And they say if you do that, that's murder. And I say, okay, that's good. I don't have a problem with what you're saying. So that means if a woman has one and she pays a doctor to do it, you should lock her ass up. Just like
both her and the doctor, because it's
like
assisted suicide. It's assisted.
But just like if she'd have paid a guy to kill her husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. I said, wait a minute, you're being logically inconsistent. Is it murder or isn't it? And that stops them dead every time. So all I ask is that people be logically consistent. That's all I ask.
Yep.
You know, you want to ban ARs? You understand an AR functions exactly the same as a M1 Garand or a carbine or any other one of 1,000 semi-automatic weapons that are floating around out there that have detachable magazines. Then
or internal magazines.
Yeah.
What a 1022?
What's the difference? I actually bought, believe it or not, here in Connecticut, where ARs are banned, I actually bought a legal Connecticut brand new AR lower the other day. And what they did was they took the magwell, and you know how the magazine has like a bump out on it for the mag catch to hook into? When they do the receiver, when they do the lower, they don't cut that all the way through. So you cannot install the magwell from the bottom. It has to go in from the top. So now there's no detachable magazine. And I thought that was...
Say that again?
So the magwell of the lower, you can't take the magazine and put it in from underneath, because they don't cut the channel for the mag release, the bump out for the mag release. They don't cut that channel all the way through. So you can't put it in from the bottom. You have to break the weapon open and drop it in from the top. And I said, man, that is so cool. Now the only problem is, what a bitch to reload that thing, because you have to pull the rear pin, you have to cock it forward. Well, now some guy at meanarms.com has come up with a side loader where you shove the thing in the ejection port and you put your finger in the ring and you shove it through there and it reloads the gun for you.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, though they're not actually what do you call them? They're not actually shipping them until April. But I said, man, that is so cool. What a great idea. But then, somebody's going to, oh my God, we can't have that shit. Let's amend the law.
Yeah.
You just can't win. Well, you can't. You got to keep fighting the fight.
It's crazy. Stupid shit out there.
Well, it just does not make reasonable. Yeah. The bottom line is they are full of shit. Exactly right. D2D. The bottom line is you can't have a rational argument. We had a gal yesterday at the hearing. She was talking about the epidemic of gun violence. And luckily, one of our state senators was on the committee, and he said, excuse me, why do you keep using the word epidemic? Don't you realize that gun violence has gone down in the state and across the country the last 20 years as incredibly has dropped amazingly. Epidemic, it gets worse, not better. And she just like, oh no, I don't know any of that stuff, blah blah blah. And she was quoting the figures of like 100,000 people hurt or killed a year, and like 700 or 400 mass shootings. It's like, excuse me, you don't obviously understand the definition of what the hell a mass shooting is. And he just
they change a mass. If it's a mass shooting, that's where like 4 more people are shot at.
No,
Well,
3
hell,
more people
you
have to
put
die. Yeah. Yeah, the standard definition is at least 3 people have to die. So it's like, yeah, okay. And he asked her, he said, do you understand that of the, the 30 some odd thousand people, that almost 50 or 60% of those people are suicides? Has absolutely nothing to do with gun violence. It has to do with people taking their own lives. It's just nuts. And then a lot more of those are justified shootings, cop-related shootings. They're still homicides. Cop shoots somebody, that's still a homicide.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Well, someone defends himself.
She was cherry picking.
It's still a homicide.
Yeah, it is a homicide. It's justified. It's legal, if you want to call it that. But I'll tell you, it just drives you nuts when you have these arguments with these people. It's like, holy shit. And of course, her statistics, he said, where are you getting your statistics? And of course, she named some left-wing news organization. It's like, oh my God, here we go. But it's not like the FBI does that good a job either.
Right.
Because a lot of states won't report their stuff to the FBI. Why do I keep getting boops and I don't see any changes to the chats? It's kind of weird. Oh well. I don't know. Drive me nuts. Like I said, just be logically consistent.
Okay. Yeah. I wish people would be like that. They're not.
Yep. Well, because it's all, I feel this, I feel that. It makes me feel bad.
Well, it doesn't matter how you feel.
Yeah. Well, your feelings.
That's why I tell people at work. And this is why at work, there's been some times people have been like, well, I want them to feel like they're part of the group. I give 2 shits how someone feels as long as they're effective and can do their damn job. And
yep.
I'm surprised I didn't get into the HR for that one, but I'm just sorry. I'm not gonna sit here and care how someone feels.
I mean, it's not up to us to make them feel bad, but situations are what they are. Well, I'm still getting blink, blink, blinks. What the hell's going on? I think I'm going to refresh my page on the lobby here. See if that helps at all. Nope.
Oh, G-Webs probably sending you something.
I don't see anything here.
Oh, well, it might have been.
I have. Oh, okay. I have a tab that has a live lobby, and I have the Hangout, but there's no chat with the Hangout because it's live. But I keep hearing the bling as if something new is coming in. Maybe people are just coming in and going away. That could be it. It could be people leaving the room and coming into the room. So that could be what's going on. That's probably what's. Maybe
no. It'll tell it up on the right. It'll tell it up on the right if people are
on the right.
On the right of the Hangouts.
The right.
If people are coming into the chat and leaving.
Okay, I don't see that.
So
you got me on that one.
Over here. Over here in this group chat.
Oh, I don't see the group
Look
chat. That's probably what's going on. I don't have the group chat thing.
So
there must be a.
Yeah.
There must be something I can press to bring that over. Yeah. Chat button.
Top left.
Chat. Top. Oh, I see what you mean. Yep, with the little. There we go. Okay, now I feel better.
Now that shows who joined, left the chat, and anytime we say, "Hey, check the internal," that's what we're talking.
That's the one
about.
you're talking about, right? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm fairly new to this stuff, so
that's all right.
but I were a IT professional, so I should be able to figure that shit out. Oh well.
You're a what? Would you say the professional?
IT professional.
Oh, me too.
I was back when it was data processing.
Okay.
43 years in the IT, so
Wow.
long time.
I'm
Yeah.
including my internship, I'm 13.
Oh God, you're just a baby. Jeez. Yeah, I started in 74, right in there, and I retired
Nice.
in January. I gave up. I said I had enough. They put me in one of those glass fishbowl
Lucky.
things, and I really didn't like it. So I said, enough's enough.
Glass fishbowl things.
Well, they changed our floor space. I had an office at the end of a row next to a window, with walls and stuff that were like high, like 5-6 feet high. And they decided to go to a new floor space that was supposed to be like a cooperative workspace. So, yeah. So I was right next to my boss. There were no sidewalls at all. The top of the cubicle was probably 4.5 feet off the ground. And it was glass. And I had no space to put any like pictures of my family or any of that kind of shit. And all it was the width of the desk. And I lasted 2 hours. When they brought us up there, 2 hours later, I put in my resignation papers. I said, that's enough. I'm done. So
nice. Yeah, they're trying to get to the collaborative workspace, where, there's a whole bunch of talking back and forth and, all this stuff. And it's like, that's how we did it about 10 years ago. And then you guys said, oh, no, we can't have this. We have to have heads down. And now we're going back to it.
Yeah.
Because it was the right thing to do back then.
Well, it's good if you're working on certain kinds of projects.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a rapid application development team or that kind of thing, then that's really great because you just yell at each other across the way. But our problem was we're a service organization. A lot of us have to go to do the online meetings and stuff. And you got the people next to you, chat, and you can't do your job. You can't think straight. And like I said,
then you're trying to focus on meetings, and you can't hear the meeting because people are talking, and you just can't hear the meeting.
Or God forbid, you're running the meeting, and people complain. They say, "Look, we can't hear you. There's too much background noise."
Yeah.
So then you have to leave your desk and go to one of the little cone of silence areas, to do that. And now you're away from your desk. You don't have your materials handy. It's what a pain in the ass. So like I said, I promised myself, I knew this was happening, and I promised myself that I would go 2 weeks and see how it was, and I didn't last 2 hours. So that's life.
Yeah.
And a lot of the guys that I work with, I still go into work once a week because I belong to a company chorale and I sing with the chorale. So I go there for rehearsals once a week. And I've run into some of my old buddies there and they're like, yeah, it's really horrible. You did the right thing. So yeah, distracted workspace. Exactly right. Yep. D2D, I don't understand. Well, just join the chat, man. Try to get a few people to join us here.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Yeah, it's 11:30 over on this side. I'm about time for me to get out too. So tomorrow's a big day. Got to go pull some more money and get me set up for the next month. So good stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you get Social Security yesterday?
Oh God, no! I'm way too young for that.
Oh,
I'm only 61. Yeah, I'm only 61, so I don't qualify for any of that shit.
Yeah, my dad called me. He's like, "Hey, I got paid today or yesterday." I'm like, "Yeah, so did I." He's like, "Yeah, thank you." Oh, screw you.
Well, you know, when I get to 65, it's probably, I think it's like 35 or 36 grand a year. So that's not bad. Assuming there is such a thing as Social Security 5 or 6 years from now. But
True.
my plan was to save enough money on my own to retire, and that's exactly what I did. So I've been ready
definitely.
to retire the last couple of years.
Nice.
Yeah. Unless the economy goes all to shit.
There's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple people at work. I'm like, so, have you thought about retirement and stuff? And they're like, yeah, my retirement is called when I keel over in my desk. And I'm like, oh, man, really?
Not good. You know what they say? That first million is the worst. After you make that first million, it's a lot easier after that. And I did it the old-fashioned way, just by living cheap.
Yeah, I have a hobby called firearms.
Yeah, so do I. More than 60, less than 100.
What, on firearms?
Yeah.
Okay. I have less than 60.
I have a good-sized collection.
But I have $3,000. Actually, I have almost $4,000 into three pistols.
Oh wow, yeah, that's big stuff. Yeah, I like milsurps, but I like shooters. I don't do any safe queens or really expensive guns.
Yeah, none of my stuff is safe queens.
Yeah, the most expensive gun I ever bought was $1,000. I was able to find a Smith & Wesson Model 52, and for bullseye shooting.
The last gun I picked up Monday was $1,400.
Yeah, that was that SIG, right? The SIG 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice gun. But I also don't do IPSC or any of that. We don't do that up here. With my gun, I'm mostly a bullseye shooter, whether it's with rifles or with handguns.
Yeah, if I didn't have USPSA, I think I would shoot a lot more rifle than I do pistol.
Yeah.
But I just don't.
Well, it looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a freaking blast.
Yeah. I shoot when April comes around and we get to the end of April, because ours is an outdoor range. I'll shoot a minimum of 2 days a week and a maximum of 4 days during the week. And most Saturdays or Sundays, I have an extra match. So, once we get in between April and October, I'll be shooting, anywhere between 3 and 5 days a week. So, good stuff. Cool. But we don't go through anywhere near the amount of ammunition you do. The matches you shoot, you go through a lot more ammunition than we do.
Yeah.
So either you reload?
Absolutely. Like
I do not.
So I went out and I bought a box of 40 caliber ammunition for this 1911, and it pained me to buy it. Absolute 100% pained me to buy it.
I personally do not reload, but I did get my brother-in-law into the shooting sports about 2 years ago, and he and I have gone halvesies on reloading equipment that he has purchased. So I can use reloads from his side, but most of the stuff I shoot reloads from him are like 45-70s and Krag 30-40s and stuff like that are a little really tough to get a hold of. Stuff like 9mm and 45, and though I will have them reloading my 38s for my Model 52. But most of the other stuff I just shoot whatever's out there.
Yeah, I reload a lot of 9. Sometimes 45, but I mainly shoot a lot of 9 and 223. Sometimes I reload that too. Right now, I haven't been doing as much rifle reload, even though I got all the components for it. I got like 4,000 plus projectiles, and then a couple other variants above that. But I just haven't had time to do it, and I've been buying more of my 223 rounds, from different sources and stuff. I forgot to add too. The reason why I also like to reload 9s, and in my 45, like I said, I only have, well, I'm adding another 45 to the collection right now, actually, but I only have like 2 of them. The rest of my pistols, other than my 22, are all 9mm. So I shoot a lot of it, but it's pretty inexpensive. I use Lagos Munitions polymer coated projectiles, and it keeps the cost pretty low. It's a lot less expensive than buying the stuff off the shelf, even with the cheaper prices that are out there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sitting for 9mm because I don't consider the brass for cost. I'm reloading for 10 cents a round, and for 45 iron 40, I'm about 12.
It's not bad at all. To be honest with you, like we shoot like bowling pin matches and stuff like that. And I go because it's fun, but I stay because of the malfunctions. And I see more people that have malfunctions with their guns or malfunctions with the ammunition because it's reloaded improperly. It's just a hoot. I love watching that shit.
Yeah, and I cannot remember the last time I had a malfunction because, well, I can't even remember the last time I had a malfunction out of my guns.
Yep. Well, people say that about 22. They keep talking about, 22 sucks. It malfunctions all the time. Now, I like CCI, standard velocity, and I never have any problems with that ammunition. I shoot that in my long guns, my wheel guns and my semis, and I never have a problem with that ammunition. I don't understand why people keep saying it. I've seen guys that buy like the tubs. Yeah, they buy the tubs, and the freaking bullets are falling right out of the casing. I mean, yeah, fine, and you're going to have problems. But if you buy decent
Remington gold and stuff. Yep.
Remy white box or whatever, just buy something decent. Jesus. How hard is that? But I'll never, I don't carry any reload in any of my carry guns. So carry guns always factory ammo. Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And then you can also blame somebody else if it doesn't work right?
Yeah.
Say that again? Oh.
You can always blame someone else if it didn't go off,
If you live through it, yeah. But since the chance of getting in a gun encounter is less than the chance of getting hit by lightning, I'm not too terribly worried about it. I carry an EDC just for the same reason that I have a set of fire extinguishers in my house, and I have a first aid kit in my car. Don't ever expect to use it, but if I need it, it's there.
Right on. Yep.
Well, it's quarter to 12 here on the East Coast. I think I'm going to pack it in, gentlemen.
Where are you at?
Me too.
Connecticut.
Oh, I was just actually in Connecticut a couple weeks ago.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I was right in East Hartford for work.
Okay, yeah.
And drove by the coal plant. That was kind of neat to kind of at least be that close to it. And now I'm in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Did you fly in, or are you a trucker?
No, I flew in.
Yeah.
It was just I worked in for a company and flew in for that. And, actually, not everybody knows I'm relocating from Illinois right now. Down to North Carolina, so there'll be some changes coming up pretty soon.
Well, I live if you flew into Bradley International, I live like 5 minutes from the airport.
Yep, that's where I flew in from.
Yep.
Exactly. So that's cool. I know there's a lot of people out there, and I I was talking to some people about the gun laws out there, and because I know a lot of stuff's changed. I didn't know you guys could still buy an AR if it's a pre-ban.
You can still buy pre-bans. Yeah, they have a huge loophole. In fact, I've been thinking when I bought my ARs just before they passed a ban, like a month before, but I didn't get an AK, and I'd really like to have an AK. But you can still buy them as long as they're pre's. And
can you get pre-bans from outside of the state?
Yeah, oh yeah, as long as you transfer them to an FFL.
Right. That's what I mean. So, how do you know it's a pre-ban just based off the serial number?
Well, you have to be able to prove it's a pre-ban. So you have to have either a certification from the manufacturer, or you have to be able to prove based on the serial number when it was built.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you're still debating on whether the cop that you're dealing with at the time understands what's going on.
Right.
But generally speaking, if you get them, local gun stores here still have them. So there's a store right on the border between us and Massachusetts that has I think they're called Mac 90s.
Oh.
And I could get a pre-banned AK, but you're talking $1,000.
Yeah, I was hearing like an AR would go for like $2,000 or $2,500. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I go, holy crap! But at least you could still get one, I guess. Because we're talking about that, and this coworker of mine was like, he's like, I got two, and I'm over here in Illinois, and I'm doing the 50 states project, build one for every state.
Huh.
So, yeah, it was a project that's in. If you get some of the NRA publications, the NRA Shooting Illustrated, they did one in January, like a page article on it. And so forth. I got a whole series of videos I've been working on for it, and just rifle builds. I got 6 of them done. I haven't filmed the sixth one yet. When I get back home, I'm going to try to get that done. I've got I think I got 5 more receiver sets that I got some miscellaneous parts for that I'm working on right now. But I've been hustling along with it. This move's going to kind of interrupt things a little bit, though, until I get settled here. That's why I wanted to get as many of my receiver sets as I could, so parts can still be shipped and so forth. And I can kind of, cover up that time frame and stuff. But it just kind of depends. The hard part of it is the funding for it to get it all done. There's been some donations from companies and some discounts from companies, but coming up with the money to fill in all the gaps to get it done is really tough. And I've had a couple people donate some funds. One guy basically contributed to buy one of the grips for one of the rifles, and another one contributed about $50 towards a barrel for the Arizona rifle we built. And that's been very helpful, just because I can't do it on my own. So anyway, that's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah, we still have the issue here because you can buy a pre-ban, but you still got the magazine restriction.
Oh, really? What is the restriction on that?
10 rounds.
Oh, man. That kind of sucks.
So even if you can find a pre-ban, if it comes with a 20-round magazine, you can't take the magazine.
Yeah.
It's got to be 10 or less. So most of them are, you can get most AKs you can get 10-round magazines for, so it's not a big deal.
So what's the penalty if you get caught with a 30-round mag?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'd have to go look it up.
I wonder, is it like a slap on the wrist type deal?
Well, I have them, but you had to register them.
Oh.
So when they passed the ban, any magazines you had that were greater than 10-round magazines, like I had a, I got like Glock 19s and stuff like that, 17s and stuff like that. I had to register those magazines, and with the ARs that I had, since I registered the assault weapon, I didn't have to separately register the mag. But like I had a couple of 20-round mags that were laying around, and I had to register those, which is really stupid because there's no serial number on them. Some of them don't even have manufacturer's IDs on them.
Yeah. So my question is, if you have the firearm registered and you didn't have to register the mags, couldn't you just pick up any 30-round mags you want?
Well, you would have to show, first of all, you can't use a magazine in the gun that it wasn't purchased for. How they figure that out, I have no idea.
Right.
But the bottom line is, if I got a gun that had a 30-round mag, and they went and looked at my paperwork and said, you don't have a 30-round mag registered, then you're screwed.
No, right. I get that, but I'm saying if it showed you did, how else would they know? You could have
They wouldn't be able to. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to tell.
I mean, do they count how many came with the rifle?
Nope, they can't tell any of that stuff. It's not on any of the paperwork.
Right. So, in other words, you could have a whole stack of 100 of them or whatever, and it wouldn't really make a difference.
Well, no, because if they went and looked and said you only registered 10 mags and you got 30, you're in trouble.
No, I mean, if you said that if you were to buy the rifle and it came with mags, you didn't have to register the mags separate. Do they count the quantity of mags that came with it?
Oh yeah, you would have to register them.
Oh,
and
okay.
you can't register them now anyway. That's the whole point.
Right.
You could register them if you could grandfather them and say I already have these, but you can't buy any new ones.
So if yours get broken or damaged, you can't.
You're screwed. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're screwed.
But and if there's no stamping on it, you could probably just get a replacement. No.
Yeah, one might, come up from the bottom of the pond or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. The boat will.
People say, "Oh, I lost all my guns in a horrible boating accident."
Yeah. It's funny. I've been buying cases for this project too. Like I found, like Plano Molding Company. It makes cases and whatnot, and
Yeah.
boxes and all that. Well, near my current house, not about an hour away, there's an outlet store where the factory is. So they have these really cheap. Just I was buying them just for the cheapest case you can get. $6 for a rifle case that's plastic and blow molded. You go and buy them online, the same ones are $20-$30.
Yeah, plus shipping.
Plus shipping. So I bought 20 of them already. I was buying the rest of them because I'm looking at it, I'm like, I could get a case for every single one of the rifles in this project, even the ones I don't even have yet. And it would cost me I think $300 and some bucks. I'm like, one Pelican case, really high-end case, to put maybe 2 rifles in or whatever, or a rifle and a couple handguns or handgun and accessories, is around $200 by itself. So I could buy not even buy 2 cases from Pelican, and I have 50 cases for these things. And of course, you're kind of not really comparing apples to apples because you're talking about a case that could be traveled with, and the cases from Plano are basically good enough to throw in your truck and just transport to the range or something, not really to fly with, even though they have little provisions to lock them and stuff. They wouldn't hold up to the flight type, being tossed around, that kind of shit. So, but it was funny because I went to the store. I'm like, hey, I want to buy a whole bunch of these. And how many do you need? I'm like, as many as I can fit in my truck. And they're like, what? And I told them what I was doing. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I'm like, yeah, we had it in this magazine. We had it on ESPN radio at the Rod Castle Shooting Show. Also on the Guide and Guns podcast and other places too. So it's been kind of cool. It's been a lot of fun doing it so far. Just in addition to the whole rifle thing, it's not just about the rifle and the parts and all that kind of stuff from each home state, but I'm also doing interviews with people from different companies. I've had the opportunity over the past year to go and to visit some manufacturing facilities, some that I could film in, some that I couldn't. I was able to do some interviews with different company owners. Not every company owner or rep really wants to do an interview though. A lot of them want to participate in the project, but they don't want to they're not really into the camera thing, and a lot of people are. So, I've had a lot of great people, the guy, the family from Obsidian Arms, the Wilsons, the mom, dad, and the son that's gonna be, kind of easing into taking over the business one day. It's just really cool to see that family-owned operation and share that with people, the story and the history of this company and the stuff that they do and everything. It's a lot of fun. So. Anyway, I gotta get to bed too. I know it's late, and I gotta catch a flight in the early afternoon after I get done working. So, anyway.
Okay, Rick. Well, nice talking to you and all that.
Likewise, Bill. You have a good rest of the night, and take care.
Thank you. You too.